Welcome, everyone, to famed Sanford Stadium between the hedges in Athens, Georgia, home to the Bulldogs and 90,000 of their closest friends. This is not a normal matchup. Two teams ranked in the top 10, colliding right here in the middle of the season, trying to make a strong statement, big playoff implications. As we'll see the number 7 team in the country, the Texas Longhorns, taking on the third-ranked team, the Georgia Bulldogs. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler, joined here in the booth by Kirk Hearnstreet. Kirk, let's get to the action on the field. Kick this deep to get us going. And he's going to bring this out from a couple yards deep in the end zone. Tackled at the 14. Not very good field position to start here. So Georgia's offense starts in less than ideal field position off that poor return. Here comes that star wide receiver with the swag that kind of rubs opponents the wrong way, Kirk, because he's saying, I don't care who you are, I'm going to embarrass you today.
Oh, Chris, there's a rumor that this guy actually DMs the opposing corners before the game that he's going to go up against, as if to say, hey, it's going to be a long day for you today. But the wild thing is he actually comes out and single-handedly unravels defenses to the point that by the end, it looks like he's in the heads of the opposing secondary.
Offense getting set. It's second down. Shotgun formation. Here's an inside handoff. Moves the ball to the 25. Good enough for a first down. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. And the wideout goes in motion. Off the play fake on first down. Lofting it toward the left sideline. Deep ball is caught for a huge gain here. Touchdown, Bulldogs. It was a foot race and he won it. Well, a touchdown to a wide open man. What in the world was going on the defensive side of that ball?
Wow, what was the defense thinking here? You can't let a player roam free like that. They just completely forgot about him and gifted him a touchdown.
And they'll set up for the PAT. PAT is good, so it's 7-0. Now they get set to kick it away. And here's the return from inside the 5. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. The Longhorns offense out there for their first possession. Each team is kind of led, Kirk, by one of those alpha linebackers they are counted on for so much every week.
Well, he's got to be physical in that box area, but also have the ability to play out in space against these teams that like to throw the football. Both these guys can do all of that.
Get some space around the 30. Tackle made after a solid gain. They'll spot the ball at the 34. Longhorns will hustle to the line to crank the tempo. They bring him down just short of the marker, inches away from a first down. Just underway, and this home crowd is fired up and ready to make a difference today. There's a loss after the completion. That's a good play by the defense. So now it's third and short from the 43. Can they keep the drive going or perhaps face a tough fourth down decision? Catch made on the left side. Finds just enough space and makes the first down. Longhorns pick up enough yardage to move the sticks. And they'll keep it on the ground. Running back has the handoff. Breaking free at the 35. Breaks clear. End zone ahead. They could not stop him. He's in. Touchdown, Longhorns.
What a long run for the touchdown. I don't know if this defense was caught sleeping or walking in mud. I can't pick which one. Maybe it's both, because the running back just went right by them so easily for the big gain and a big-time score.
Now the all-important extra point. And he knocks it right through.
The kick is good.
Getting set to kick the ball off now.
Number 14, set to kick this one.
And he takes this from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. And the Bulldogs offense is back out on the field. They punched it into the end zone the last time. Let's see if this defense has made some adjustments to stop them this time. Makes the catch for the defense, breaks in the ball, and it's a short gain. Second down after that run on the previous play. They snap it. Quarterback looking to throw the ball. That one falls incomplete. Looking for a flag. Doesn't get it. Brings up third down. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a first down. On third down, he drops to throw. Throws a fastball, but it's intercepted. Touchdown, Texas. Wow, what a play, a defensive score. And the interception taken to the house, a pick 6, potential game-changing play there.
Man, nothing gets a defense, and especially a defensive coordinator, more fired up than a pick 6. And let's not forget, give credit to some of those other defenders for making some key blocks to spring that touchdown loose.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with a PAT. The PAT is good. They go up a touchdown, 14-7. Kickoff team on the field getting set now. Fields it just outside the goal line. He'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. And the Georgia offense is back out on the field. It'll be interesting to see if this quarterback can bounce back. He threw a pick 6 in the last possession. The defense all over it. They stop him right at the line. Important second down play coming up. Try to catch the defense with the draw. They'll tackle him out across the 20. Solid gain on the running play. Third down now. Dropping back. We're going to throw for the first down. It's a screen pass complete to the running back. And a big gain before he goes out of bounds. The offense keeps churning, gets a fresh set of downs. Georgia getting set for the 1st and 10 now. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Fires it to the wideout. Caught over the middle. It's Murray. Big play. Moves the ball all the way to the +35.
Boy, a huge play by this offense. A good throw, a nice accurate throw. But I think it's the run after the catch that really impresses me. And early in this game, you got to think they're going to continue to go back to him until this defense shows that they can slow him down.
And he's tackled for a loss after the catch. The defense all over that one. Here's the second down play. Fakes the handoff, looking to throw. Scrambling, now he'll make the throw. Tipped and then dropped. Chance to make a play, but instead it's third down. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun. And the junior able to get home with the sack.
Well, that's the one thing about a guy that always feels that he can rely on his legs. He's always trying to make a play, and this time he just wasn't able to get away from the defense, and that is a big loss for the offense.
The Bulldogs will line up to punt it away. Looking to flip the field here. And this is off the side of the foot. And the punt lands out of bounds. Let's see exactly where they'll spot it here. The Longhorns offense takes the field. The last drive, the ground game, was so successful. Ended in a touchdown. We'll see if the defense can respond to it this time. Physical defending. That one falls incomplete. Brings up second down. The pre-snap motion from the offense. Fakes the handoff here, looking to throw it. And a senior making a disruptive impact play.
I like the call here, but you can't run long, developing play-action passes like that if the offensive line is not going to give the quarterback time to throw.
That sack sets up an important third down. And the quarterback drops back looking for an open man. He's got it for a big gain. Tackle is finally made, but it's a huge gain all the way to the 48-yard line. The Longhorns looking to crank up the tempo a bit. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. And the defense able to hold him there to a short gain. Second down play coming up. Handoff on a single back formation. And they'll bring him down after just a short pickup. Okay, it's third down after that run. And he'll set up to throw. Catch made on the out route. And the runner steps out of bounds, but does have enough yardage to pick up the first down. Offense will keep it on the ground here. Tackle behind the line. It's a loss of 2. Second down after that previous play. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw it. Lets it fly to the wideout. It's caught downfield. Tackle made quickly after the catch, but moves the ball to the 12. A red zone opportunity. Here's the handoff. It's a fumble. The offense falls on the fumble. Keeps possession. So after taking a closer look, the officials are going to overturn that previous ruling on the field. Movement here from the tight end. They'll hand it off. And he scores. Touchdown, Longhorns.
Man, that's another touchdown for this guy. This defense better adjust and get eyes into that backfield, or he may go for a third or a fourth later today.
Here's the point after attempt.
Kicker is on for the extra point.
PHC is good. They're pulling ahead now, 21-7. Kickoff team is on the field. Let's see if they give the returner a chance to bring this one back.
21, Georgia, 7.
He'll return it from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 20. Tried to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. And the powerful Georgia offense is back out on the field. They were forced to punt last time. Can they get this offense going finally? The catch is made for a huge pickup. And he's in the clear down the right side. End zone ahead. Touchdown, Dogs. Just ran away from the defense. Aren't you taught on defense, Kirk? Don't let him throw the football over your head. Exactly what happened there.
That makes me really wonder if it was some kind of miscommunication. If I'm the defensive coordinator, I pull my defensive backs over, make sure everybody's on the same page and getting the right call.
Here comes the point after attempt. The extra point is good. Down by a touchdown, 21-14. Here's the kickoff team. Let's see if they give the returner opportunity to bring this back. He'll return it from inside the 10-yard line. And he's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. Each offense has been clicking, scoring touchdowns in their last possessions. Testing the right side here. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. The loss sets up a second and long from the 20. It's a quick grab. Finds room at the 30.
You know, each receiver brings something a little bit different to the table, Chris. To me, the outside receivers usually are a little bit longer, taller guys. You get those slot receivers in the inside. Not only can they make the catch, but they have quickness to make plays after the catch. Great example of that right here.
They bring him down at the 44. That's a solid gain, getting closer to midfield now. Thrown quickly, caught in the right flat. Defense reacts quickly, a very short gain on the play. Second down after that run on the previous play. The offense with some pre-snap motion. Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. Tackle, but first down. The Longhorns come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. Who makes the grab? They make the tackle, but that's a solid gain. Moves the ball to the 34. First down. Looking to throw the football. Running back grabs it on the screen. And the tackle is made. Not the big play that we're looking for, but a pretty solid gain. That completion makes it second and medium. Moving the receiver around pre-snap. They got him. Defense comes up with a sack.
Nothing is more gratifying for a defense to be able to sit back and play zone and still get pressure on the quarterback with your defensive front.
They're backed up here trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. Oh, the pass is picked off. Tackled after a short return to the 23. Nice play by this defense.
Oh, Chris, against zone coverage like that and the ball thrown deep down the middle of the field, you've got to layer that throw in. Very challenging throw, requires a nice touch with a strong arm, and the quarterback that time just did not make the throw.
And the Bulldogs offense is back out on the field. Last time out, a one-play touchdown drive through the air. Can they keep it going here? Quick throw complete to the tight end. You get him down, but that's a nice play. Moves the ball to the 33. Fresh center down to the offense after that first down completion. And from the shotgun, an inside handoff. Stop after a small gain. Now looking at 2nd and 9. Here's the snap. Offense looking to throw the ball. Lets it go quickly. Grab down the middle. It's Murray. He has first down yardage at the 46. A new set of downs after that completion. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. It's a 2-yard gain. 2nd and 8 coming up. And the back gets the football. Breaks loose at the 40. They tackle him, but the gain moves the ball to the 36. First down here for this offense. Pass not complete, but there was a lot of contact there, and here comes a late flag.
Pass interference. Defense.
Playing defensive back has got to be the toughest job out there right now in college football. You get isolated on islands against these freaky, talented receivers. It's hard enough to be able to stay up with them and try to make a play on the ball, and often you end up bumping them downfield and you get a call like this.
And completion makes it 2nd and short. Handing off on the draw play. They stop him, but it's a first down. Georgia has moved into the red zone. From the shotgun, here's an inside give. He'll make it into the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia. So after the momentum shifts, Kirk, we are now dead even in this football game.
Chris, don't I have that feeling that which quarterback's going to have the ball last is going to be the offense, and the guy that has a chance to win this game may be going back and forth all game.
Extra point try coming now. And it's up and good. Here's the kickoff team now, set to boot this one away. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. And he stopped at the 20, trying to make something happen. That's good coverage there. And the Longhorns offense takes the field. They had it going on the last drive, but it ended abruptly with the interception. Let's see what they can do here. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. They go backwards on first down, so it's 2nd and long from the 19. Here's the snap. Quarterback drops back. He's got a man down the middle. Tackle made after a solid gain. They'll spot the ball at the 34. Completion good for first down yardage for this offense. They'll try the ground game here with the running back. Makes a nice move there. Breaks the tackle, and he's got room. That's a big gain before he goes out of bounds. It'll move the sticks, more than enough for a first down. Longhorns hustle to the line to run the hurry up.
How about setting the edge there on the right side of that offensive line? I wouldn't be surprised if they keep going back to the well, pounding it behind that right guard and right tackle and tight end, seeing what additional damage they can do.
They make the tackle, but that's an excellent gain. Moves the ball to the 33. The Longhorns getting set on 1st and 10. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Receiver makes the grab. They bring him down, but an explosive play by this offense. Big gain. The offense really clicking against this embattled defense. As the RPO caught to the right. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. Coming to the line on 2nd down. This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. Tight end goes in motion before the snap. They're going to run it here. And the senior able to make the stop after a short gain. Here we go. 3rd down, close to the goal line. They can still get a first down without scoring. Drops back, looking to throw for it on 3rd down. Quarterback finds a target on the right. It's complete. Bring him down short of the goal line, but it's 1st and goal from the 2. The Longhorns line up with a 1st and goal. They'll try to run it in on 1st and goal. And the running play gets stopped. They're going to mark him right at the 1. 2nd down and goal. Looking to score, they'll run it to the right side. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. Offense comes up to the line. They might have a chance for a couple more plays before the quarter expires. On 3rd and goal, he's going to try to throw for it. Got him for a sack. A big play made them one of the senior leaders of this defense. Through the first quarter, both quarterbacks have been lighting it up as the stats reflect. And after a promising start, we hope that both these teams will just continue with more of this action. We'll start off the 2nd quarter with a field goal attempt here. Kick is up and no good. This game remains tied in the 2nd quarter.
Now that's going to go down as an empty possession for this offense. No points as he's off target. Now you can see he's hanging his head. Poor kicker.
And the Georgia offense is back out on the field. Their last possession was a beautiful, balanced touchdown drive. Can the defense come up with answers this time? Powerful running here. Breaks one tackle, gets brought down, but picks up some decent yardage. Getting set. Here's 2nd down. From the shotgun, drops back, looking for an open man. Caught quickly. Good enough for first down yardage. A new set of downs after that completion. From the shotgun, handoff inside.
See, that's how you limit what an offense wants to do. This time, the defense just won the battle up front at the line of scrimmage, not giving up any big plays. Everybody's gap sound. It's really solid defense on that play.
They'll test the right side here. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this 3rd down. Dropping back. They're going to throw for the first down. Cannot escape it. Down he goes.
Chris, that is textbook by this defense in man-to-man coverage. Nowhere to go for this quarterback. He's looking around everywhere to find an open man. By the time he figures it out, it's a sack for the defense.
The Dogs will have to kick it away. We're going to kick it away for the second time. And here's the fair catch by the return man. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. They need something out of this possession. The last time they settled for a field goal attempt, but then they missed it. And there's the handoff. They got him down out near the 40. The gain makes it second and medium. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Offense sets the formation. It's third down. Dropping back. They're going to throw for the first down. Going to try to use his legs here. Slides to avoid the big hit. Longhorns with first and 10 here. Offense moving receivers around now before the snap. They make the tackle, but that's a solid gain. Moves the ball to the 34. The Longhorns pick up enough yardage to keep this drive rolling. Looking to pass this time. From the pocket, delivers over the middle. They bring him down quickly. A short pitch and catch to get a little bit closer to the marker. Pre-snap motion from the receiver. Catch made on the right side. Powers through. Ball carrier heads out of bounds, but the pickup was good enough to move the chains. First down. New set of downs for the offense. First and 10. Quick throw. The catch is made. And he heads out of bounds, moving backwards on that play. Didn't want to take the hit. It's an RPO. The quarterback gets it out quickly. And they bring him down. That's a very solid gain, but still well short of the marker. And the crowd coming to life here, trying to help this defense down in the red zone. Grab behind the line. It's Cabrera. They make the stop just short of the first. Looks like inches to go, and now fourth down. So here on fourth down, out comes the field goal team. Field goal try, no good. He missed it, and the game is still tied up.
That's a missed opportunity for some points here. The way they were moving the football, I thought maybe a touchdown at the very least, 3 points, but instead, he shanks it.
And the powerful Georgia offense is back out on the field. The last possession, they were forced to kick it away. Can they finally get things going this time? Handoff from the shotgun. Oh, there's the stiff arm. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? Quarterback drops back. Looking to make a play deep downfield. And that deep shot is caught for a big gain. And he takes it all the way to the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs. Looked like a total bust there. Easy pitch and catch like you'd see in a Tuesday practice.
Yeah, that quarterback's eyes must have lit up on that play because you've got one of your players way downfield without any defender around him.
Kicking team on now for the extra point. PAT puts them in front by 7. Now the kickoff team is out on the field. He's going to return it from near the goal line. The returner is brought down. Gets a start on the next drive. And the Longhorns offense takes the field. The last drive was a little demoralizing. They stalled and then missed a field goal. Fighting him off. They pick up 4, so 2nd down and 6 coming up. And they'll use the ground game here. Get some space around the 30. And that will pick up the 1st down. They'll spot it at 38. The Longhorns will hustle to the line to run the hurry-up offense.
Just a really good job up front opening up that hole. And I'll tell you, watching this back more and more, love his vision, love the instincts that he has as a runner, and he has that combination of physicality and speed to be able to pick up 1st downs like that.
2nd down after that completion. Shotgun formation. Here's an inside give. Defense able to stop the ball carrier there. Offense looking to keep the drive alive. It's 3rd down. Looking to pick up the 1st down through the air. Catch is made down the middle. That's a big gain across midfield all the way to the opponent's 35.
Well, if I'm this defense, you get these guys to 3rd down, you better bracket or double team some kind of coverage roll to this receiver to take him away. This guy makes another big play.
Here's a quick throw off the play fake. And he's going to run out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage. Wanted no part of contact on that play. Quarterback looking to pass here on 2nd down. Looks to the left, and it's complete. Brought down for a loss after the completion. Not what they were looking for. 7th play of the drive coming up, but it is 3rd down and long. Trying to extend the play. He'll avoid the tackle there with a slide. And they will try out the field goal team here. Field goal try, no good. He missed it. And after the miss, still down by 7.
Boy, this guy's usually more reliable than this. I thought that was going to be an easy field goal and 3 points, but instead, he misses, so you walk away with nothing.
And the Bulldogs offense is back out on the field. They punched it in the last possession. Can they do it again, or will this defense make some adjustments to get a stop? On 1st and 10, looking to throw. Finds a man downfield. That's a big gain to the right. Stopped right near midfield. It'll be a 1st down. Here's the snap, and he's looking to throw. Works downfield and finds a receiver who worked his way wide open. Takes it all the way to the house. Touchdown, Dogs.
Oh, this is how you start to get rolling. That's 2 touchdowns so far, and the more he gets fed, the more often he's going to cash in.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. PAT is good, so it's 35-21. Kickoff team has come on the field now to send this one away. Return starts from inside the 5. The coverage team able to bring him down. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. No doubt the last drive was deflating. They had to settle for a field goal attempt, but missed it. Nowhere to run. No corralling for no gain. 2nd down play coming up for this offense.
No gain on the play. 2nd down.
The shotgun handoff here. They make the stop to get the ball carrier down. And wow, listen to this crowd noise. This stadium is vibrating. That's why this is such a tough place for visitors to play. Throws to the tight end. There's a wide open receiver, complete. And it's good for a 1st down to the 36. Longhorns will hustle to the line to run the hurry-up offense.
What a clutch play here by this offense to convert on 3rd down. I know it's still early in this game, but the fact that they've dug themselves a hole to convert there and keep this drive alive, they got a new set of downs and a chance to dig into this lead.
That's a nice wrap-up there by the junior. So the offense getting set. This is not where you want to be against this defense. 3rd and long. There's the snap. Quarterback setting up to throw. On the move, but can't find a receiver, and he's brought down.
I mean, that's another sack, Chris. I mean, we're just getting started here. First half, and you're already talking about giving up 3 sacks. You got to think about changing things up schematically, help that offensive line, and help that poor quarterback before he gets killed.
The Longhorns will have to punt this one away. Returner brought down. Sets up the next drive. And the Georgia offense is back out on the field. They've really built momentum in this game. They've been hard to stop. Can the defense make some adjustments? Come up with a stop here. Receiver brought down after a short pitch and catch. A gain makes it 2nd and medium. And now the handoff. Gets into space at the 50. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain, more than enough to pick up a first down.
Really good patience here from the back. And anytime you have a big gain like this, that means the receivers are doing their job as well at that 2nd and 3rd level of the defense, picking up some bigger blocks and helping them get even more yards.
Snags a quick throw. They're not going to get him. He's in. Touchdown, Georgia.
Well, that's a well-oiled machine right there. Everyone on this offense has been a star in their roles. And when they're rolling like this, it results in quick and positive results.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. They convert the PAT, so the lead is now 21. Kickoff team is on the field to move this one away. And the return starts just inside the end zone. And he's brought down at the 16. Would have been better off leaving it in the end zone for a touchback. The Longhorns offense takes the field. They came up empty on the last possession, forced to punt it away. Can they begin to click now? Quick pass, the catch is made. And the defense swarms, not much of a gain on that completion. 2nd down after that run on the previous play.
At the 19-yard line.
Ball handed off. And they'll bring him down after just a short pickup. Critical 3rd down play for this offense right here. There's the snap. They'll set up to throw. It's an out route. The catch made. Brought down at the 28, and that's good enough for a first down.
Well, that's exactly how you dice up a zone coverage. Nice throw downfield here on 3rd down, and a really good route to give the quarterback a chance to make that play.
The Longhorns will have 1st and 10 here. Receiver in motion now. Looking to throw it on 1st down. Able to throw it away. He felt the heavy pressure, took a hit, but got rid of the football. Offense getting set up. Here's 2nd down. Looks over the middle, and that's complete.
That's what makes this tight end so dangerous. You can flex him out into that slot position. He shows his versatility. He can be an inline guy that can block, but here he shows you what he can do with his hands.
Tackle made after a nice pickup on the play. Longhorns moving quickly down the field here. That's the wide receiver coming in motion now. On 1st down, it's play action. He lets it go on the move. He pulls it in for a big gain. And a big gain before he goes out of bounds. The offense keeps churning, gets a fresh set of downs. Finds an open target on the left side. Finding space at the 20. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Texas.
This guy can do it all. We've seen him go behind coverage and make plays downfield. We can see him catch the ball underneath, just like this. And when he catches a football, he is so dangerous after the catch. This one leads him into the end zone for the 6 points.
They're set now to try the PAT. And it's good.
The extra point is good.
The kickoff team on the field now as they get set to send this one away.
Georgia, 42. Texas, 28.
And here's the return from inside the 5. Gets it to the 25-yard line. That's where they'll start the drive. And the powerful Georgia offense is back out on the field. They reached the end zone the last time out, trying to do the same thing here. That's a solid gain. Moves the ball to the 29. Now it's second down here.
Second down.
They'll run it from the gun. That's a nice tackle there by the senior. Third down here. Time for perhaps one more play before the 2-minute warning. We've reached the 2-minute warning here. Let's see if this offense can build on this big lead before halftime. Third down, out of the shotgun. He's running out of time here. Oh, a sack. The senior on this defense making a big play. And a timeout is called to talk strategy. Close game here as we approach halftime. The Dogs will bring their punt team on the field now. And the returner decides to signal fair catch. First down play call. How aggressive will it be? Looking out throwing here to start the drive. Catch hauled in here over the middle. Really solid first down gain. He's just short of the marker, so maybe a chance here to take a downfield shot. Quarterback wants to throw it on second down. And it's caught. And they wrap him up, but the gain is good enough for a first down. The Longhorns hustle to the line to run the hurry up. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. Quarterback looks to his right and finds his man. To get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. Offense getting set, second down play here. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. Defense wraps him up after the catch, but he's just short of a first down. So now it's third and short from the 30. Chance for the defense to make a play here and perhaps force a field goal attempt. Cannot connect, incomplete, and now 4th down. Longhorns will come to the line looking to keep the drive going on 4th down. Big throw by the quarterback off the RPO. Tackle made at the 26, good enough for a first down. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. First down, looking to throw the ball. Looking for his big tight end. Ball is incomplete, broken up by the defender nicely that time. Second down after the incompletion. Drops back from the shotgun, looking for an open man. Makes the catch downfield. Offense stops the clock with their second timeout to talk strategy. Longhorns are going to cash in here in the red zone. Here comes a throw from the red zone. Goes to his right side there for the completion. Defense reacts quickly, a very short gain on the play. They'll crank up the tempo here on second down. The time is running out. From the shotgun, he's probing the secondary. Makes the grab, a chance to score. He'll step out after a nice gain there, and the offense will have 1st and goal. And they're moving the receiver now before the snap. 1st and goal, they'll try to run it in. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Longhorns.
Chris, we're still early in this football game. We're in the second quarter. It's a critical touchdown to get their confidence to believe that they can come back and still win this game.
And they'll set up for the PAT. PAT up and good. They get a little bit closer. It's So an important touchdown just before halftime. Not much time for the opposing offense to try to answer before the break. Turn starts inside the 15. Not much on the return. They'll stop him at the 24. Good coverage. So the offense takes the field in the final seconds of the half. Chance for just a couple more plays. Running back with the football. They bring him down, but the drive has now reached the 35. Minutes going to wrap up the first half here. Let's kick it now to Kevin Connors with our halftime update.
Thanks, Ben. The end of a very entertaining first 2 quarters of football in Athens. And if you thought that was a quick first half, you'd be right on the money. An offensive showcase, yes, but it's been those dynamic running backs who have set the pace. I'm curious to find out if this ground and pound approach is going to continue into the second half, or if one of those defenses will actually show some pride. It's time to throw it back to our guys in the booth to start up the second half.
Dogs will kick it deep to begin the second half. And he takes this from inside the 5. He'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. First play of the second half is a handoff. And the senior able to make the stop after a short gain. The Longhorns hustle to the line to crank up the tempo. Looking to pass here on second down. Pass ball is incomplete. There was a lot of contact. No penalty. Brings up third down. They come to the line. A long way to go for the first down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. He'll take a deep shot. Caught way downfield for a huge gain. Oh, and he breaks free. It's a foot race. No stopping him. Takes it all the way. Touchdown, Texas.
Man, this defensive coordinator better adjust to this receiver. All they did was get him the ball in space, and you can see what he can do after the catch. One defender will not slow this receiver down today. You better bracket him or use double coverage.
Now the important point after attempt. And he knocks through the PAT and ties the score here in the third period. Now they get set to kick it away.
Number 14, set to advance on the football.
Bringing it out, it's Murray. Makes it to the 16. That's good coverage there. And the Bulldogs offense is back out on the field. Off the play fake, looking to throw on first down. Fires it to the wideout. And is intercepted. Not a great return, but the important thing, the pick wipes out a scoring threat. They'll set the offense up at the 31.
Boy, Chris, he hesitated just enough to give the defense a chance to get in position and come up with a big turnover.
Excellent field position here for the offense. Here comes a first down pass attempt. Defense is coming after him. Cannot escape that ferocious pass rush. It's a sack.
Well, if you're going to be able to play in the SEC and be a dominant team, you have to have defensive linemen like this right here. And we've seen that from Georgia over the years. They've been incredibly blessed to have defensive linemen that can hold up against the run, also have the ability to do this right here, which is pressure the quarterback and come up with those sacks.
That sack makes it second down and forever. And the quarterback looking to make a play through the air. Makes a quick catch. And they bring him down after a solid gain, but it's still well short of the first down mark.
quarterback looks downfield to make this throw. He wants to be able to get the ball to be able to pick up enough yards for a first down, but instead, he gets the ball at least underneath to the drag route and gets some positive yards.
Now it's third down and long. They would hate to waste this great field position. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. Catch made on the right side. That's a big gain. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play. Longhorns lining up here on 1st and 10. Here's the snap. Quarterback looking to throw. Looks left and finds his target there. And they get him down after the completion. Coming to the line on 2nd down. This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. Handoff here from the shotgun. And they'll force him out of bounds after a short run. Offense facing a 3rd down now. They can still get a first down without scoring. Here's the snap. Looking to throw here. Delivers from the pocket, complete over the middle. And they stop him just short. The defense really backed up now. It's 1st and goal. Longhorns come to the line with 1st and goal. Looks to his left and makes the completion. Touchdown, Longhorns. That puts them on top in the second half.
Boy, this guy has a knack for the end zone, doesn't he? That's 2 touchdowns for this guy today, and I don't know if he's done yet.
Now they line up to kick the extra point. PAT makes it a 7-point lead. Getting set to kick the ball off now.
Texas 49, Georgia 42.
Return begins inside the 10. And they stop him at the 23. That's solid coverage. And the Georgia offense is back out on the field. Let's see how this quarterback responds. Remember, an interception on the very first play of the last possession. Catch made on the left side. Brought down, but broke a tackle to produce a solid gain there.
Love the timing here between the quarterback and his receiver. Pick up some positive yards, and I continue to be impressed with just the chemistry between these two.
Pass complete. It's 2nd down now. Here comes a handoff. He shreds the tackle. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. So a very makeable 3rd down for the offense with a 29. Quarterback sets up, looking for an open man. But it's incomplete, and that will now bring up 4th down. And the Bulldogs will bring their punt team onto the field. And they'll punt it away for the 4th time today. He's got an opening. Watch out. He's got great speed. And the returner brought down by the coverage team. The Longhorns offense takes the field. Remember, last time they scored a touchdown. Can they keep clicking here, or the defense come up with a stop? QB to the tight end for a completion. Offense getting set. It's 2nd down. There's the snap. Looking to throw the ball. And they heave it deep downfield. It's intercepted. Tried to fire it into a tight window. And that's a solid return after the interception.
What a play by the defense. Really, the only way they can get back into this game is to create a turnover. They get an interception, and they're in business.
Here comes the first play of this drive. They're set up at their own 48. And looking to throw now on 1st down. He cannot escape the defense with a sack.
Well, that takes the wind right out of your sails. This offense is trying to find a way to get back into this game, and another pressure and a sack against their quarterback.
We'll see if the offense can overcome that sack. 2nd and long. Quarterback drops back. We're going to test the secondary. Deep ball is caught for a huge gain here. They finally tackle him down at the 1 after that catch and run.
Oh, just short of the end zone. But a big play from this offense. Now we're going to see if this defense can just hold him to 3.
The Bulldogs line it up with 1st and goal. Here's the handoff on 1st and goal. Fights his way in for the score. Touchdown, Bulldogs.
I think we're starting to kind of see a theme here, Chris, today. That's his 2nd touchdown. The offensive line doing their job, and he's doing an outstanding job of just reading the defense, finding the hole, and being able to pick up big yards and touchdowns.
PAT is up and good, so we're tied up here in the 3rd quarter. Kickoff team on the field getting set now. Fields it just outside the goal line. And he's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. The last possession ended in an interception. Let's see if they continue to trust this quarterback in the passing game. Makes a quick grab. Tackle is made, just a short gain after the completion. 2nd down after that run on the previous play. Looks right for a quick completion. Defense surrounds him, just a short gain on that completion. So a very makeable 3rd down for this offense from the 26-yard line. They'll keep it on the ground with the draw play. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. The Longhorns will send their punt team onto the field. And he'll kick it away now for the 2nd time. And that sets up a return. And the returner will be brought down. Offense trots out onto the field, hoping to start a drive here. And the wideout goes in motion. And they'll run it out of the shotgun.
You know, in the RPO game, the quarterback's got to make really sound decisions on that read. Either give it when it's the right time or you pull it out and make the throw. Here, I think he's kind of in that gray area, decides to hand it off and at least picked up some positive yards.
It's 3rd down for the offense. Tight end goes in motion. And the quarterback keeps it on the option. Breaking free at the 35. Tackle made after a big gain.
I mean, is this guy a threat or what? I've been so impressed by what he can do watching him this week on film. I was excited to see him get a chance to show what he could do, not just throwing, but watching him make plays like this.
That's a nice tackle there by the senior. Coming to the line on 2nd down, this is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. And the ball to the ground. They scoop up the ball. It's still a live play here. An important 3rd down conversion coming here in the red zone. Out of the gun now on 3rd down. Touchdown, Dogs. This offense really clicking. That's another strike from this quarterback, Kirk. He is having himself a day.
This guy's just having one of those days you dream about against his secondary. Let's also give credit to the wide receivers doing a nice job of getting open, and the big fellas up front for giving him enough time to throw.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. PAT puts him in front by 7. Kickoff team is on the field. Let's see if they give the returner a chance to bring this one back. And he'll bring it out from inside the 10. He'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. And the Longhorns offense takes the field. They were held to a quick 3-and-out last time, looking to put together a positive drive here. Receiver makes the catch. And they keep the drive going. It's a 1st down to the 46.
Boy, when you get a one-on-one opportunity, you got to cash in on it. And this Texas receiver makes a great play to be able to come up with a big gain. This defense cannot just load up on the run game and the quarterback and leave these receivers one-on-one.
He'll try to pick up the yardage on the ground. And he's able to find some running room. Nice pickup. Second down after that run on the previous play. Quarterback looking to connect with the receiver here. And he's going to float this one to the right side.
Chris, I think the pressure is taking a toll on this quarterback. You can just tell the pass rush is affecting his progressions and his willingness to throw it away.
On third and short, they'll try to throw for it here. Who makes the grab? Brought down at the 40. That'll be a first down. Longhorns look to keep this drive moving. Motion now from the tight end. Quarterback delivers complete to the right side. And the defense smothers him for no gain. Important second down play coming up. Play action fake. Looking to throw. The QB throws his third pick of the day. Short return tackle made at the 27. A crucial takeaway.
Boy, would this quarterback love to have this one back. They're trying to work themselves back into this game here in the second half. And the defense comes up with a big turnover that could be the nail in the coffin.
And the powerful Georgia offense is back out on the field. They were able to punch it in the end zone last time, looking to do the same thing here to see if the defense can make adjustments. A solid 8-yard gain brings up a 2nd and 2. Little eye candy here from the offense, some pre-snap motion. Quarterback looking to throw it on second down. Grab behind the line. It's Murray. That'll pick up first down yardage very near the 40. A new set of downs after that completion. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. And he's got his man open downfield. They bring him down, but not before an explosive play through this offense through the air.
A big play here that gets them down into the red zone. They're not thinking about a field goal, I assure you, Chris. They're trying to get 6 points.
Georgia setting up with a 1st and 10 now. He'll hand it off. Gain of 2 yards. Now it's 2nd down and 8. Here's the snap, looking to throw. Makes the catch. Can he get in? Brought down, but the completion moves the ball down to the 4. The Dogs will line up now. It's 1st and goal. Keep it on the ground on 1st and goal. Couldn't quite get there, but brought down at the 1-yard line. All right, 2nd down and goal now for this offense. They'll try to run this one in. 0 running room. Stopped right at the line of scrimmage. It's a good battle down here at the goal line. 3rd down and goal from the 1. And they're trying to punch it in here. And he runs it in for the score. Touchdown, Georgia. He just goes up and over the pile for that touchdown.
And that's some serious vertical by this running back. A well-earned touchdown on the goal line.
And they get set now to try the PAT. And the kick is up and good. They tack on a point to their lead. Here's the kickoff team. Let's see if they give the returner an opportunity to bring this back. They're returning from inside the 10-yard line. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. They had some good things going on the last drive, but it ended suddenly with the pick. Let's see what they can do here. 1st down. Looking to throw the football. It's picked off again, the fourth for this QB today.
Well, at this point, the offensive coordinator has to think about going to the other quarterback. That's his fourth interception in this game alone. He's throwing the ball into coverage, and the defense is making him pay for it.
This line getting set up. It's a first down play. An inside give now from the shotgun. They've got him after a 7-yard gain, so 2nd and 3. Offense showing a bunch formation now. They look to throw it here on 2nd down. On the run here, lets it go. That's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact, no flag, brings up 3rd down. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. Caught over the middle. It's Fuller. And they'll tackle him, but not before he picks up the first. Georgia now operating in the red zone. Quick throw misses his mark there. Incomplete. Coming to the line on 2nd down. This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. And the single back takes the handoff. And the senior able to make the stop after a short gain. And they convert here on 3rd down in the red zone. This is a 4-point type of play, touchdown or field goal. Drops back, needing a 3rd down completion here. Looking right, this one caught. Stopped short of the touchdown, but the offense is set up now 1st and goal. This Georgia offense is moving quickly down the field. Looking for 6. And he's got it. Touchdown, Bulldogs. So what happened there? The defense just lost track of the tight end down the goal line.
Yeah, I don't know if they were just so focused on defending the goal line, they just completely forgot about the tight end. That'll be probably the easiest touchdown throw and catch of the game we see all day.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. The extra point is good. They stretch the lead a little bit more. Here's the kickoff team now, set to boot this one away. Return begins inside the 10. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. The Longhorns offense takes the field. The last possession ended quickly. The interception on the first play. Let's see if they can do better here. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Fires it to the wideout. Finds a receiver in the middle of the field. Tackle made after a solid gain. They'll spot the ball at the 34. It's a quick grab. They stop him after a 6-yard gain. So 2nd and 4.
Tackle is made at the 4-yard line. 2nd down.
Quarterback will throw it off the run-pass option. And he picks up the first down before they get him to the ground. Longhorns come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. The pre-snap motion from the offense. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. Junior steps up and makes an impact play.
And just like that, you squeeze the life out of this offense. That's another sack by this defense. They have been in that backfield the entire game, and a big reason why these guys are enjoying a lead.
After the sack on 1st down, it's 2nd down. Keeping it on the ground here. And tackled after a small pickup there. 3rd down. The offense desperately needs a conversion here, trailing in the 3rd quarter. Quarterback drops back, probing the secondary. He's going for a big play downfield. And it's incomplete. They let it fly on 3rd down, but now it brings up 4th. The Longhorns will line up to punt it away. Returner decides to fair catch this. And the Bulldogs offense is back out on the field. This group has been clicking. They've really built momentum. Can the defense make adjustments? Come up with a stop here. Takes the handoff and he'll head left. Fights off a defender. Showed off the stiff arm, but nowhere to go. He's held to a short gain. Here's the second down play. Takes the handoff again. Breaking free at the 35. McGain is good enough for a first down near the 38. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. Keep it on the ground. There's the handoff. What a move. Makes one man miss. Picks up the first down before they stop it. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. Moving the receiver around pre-snap. And here comes a deep shot. And the pass is dropped incomplete. Would have had a huge gain. Took his eye off the ball. Offense facing a 2nd and 10. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. Not much on that play. Brought down short. And as we take a break to flip ends of the field, let's take a quick look at the current national rankings. Now, entering the final period of play, is there an epic comeback in store? We're going to find out. And he'll drop back here on 3rd down. It's a short completion of the tight end. The defense stops him just short of the marker. That'll bring up 4th down. The Dogs will bring their punt team onto the field. On to kick now for the 5th time today. Oh, and it lands at the 4 and bounces in for a touchback. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. They were forced to punt it away last time, so let's see if they can get clicking in this possession. And that pass is hauled in over the middle. They bring him down, but he reaches the 30-yard line. First down play call coming up. How aggressive will it be? Offense looking to throw the ball. Trying to create outside the pocket now. Slides down to avoid the tackle. Second down play coming up.
Brings up 2nd down.
And the quarterback dropping back. Quick throw to the left. And he pulls in the catch. That's a big gain before he goes out of bounds. It'll move the sticks. More than enough for a first down.
Chris, here we are in the 4th quarter. These guys are trailing. Hadn't been a great day, but with this quarterback, he's as gifted as anybody in the country. You never count these guys out.
The pickup is 5 yards, so it's 2nd down and 5.
Gain of 5. 2nd down.
They snap it. Quarterback looking to throw the ball. It's a short completion to the big tight end. Tackled, but only after picking up a fresh set of downs. 1st and 10 now for the offense. And the tight end goes in motion before the snap. And he'll loft it to the end zone. Touchdown, Texas. Strong game by this quarterback.
This receiver is putting on a show today. That is 3 trips to the end zone already. And based on how this defense is playing against him, this may not be the last time we see him in the end zone today.
And they'll set up now for the extra point try. And the PAT is good.
The kick is good.
Now the kickoff team is out on the field.
Georgia 70, Texas 56.
And he'll bring it out from inside the 10. Not much on the return. They'll stop him at the 24. Good coverage. And the Georgia offense is back out on the field. Forced to punt last time. Trying to add points. Build the lead right here. It's a shotgun run call. They'll tackle him right at the 31. 2nd down after that run on the previous play. He hands it off from the gun. That's a nice tackle there by the senior. 3rd down after that running play. Can he get there on the ground? Taken down, but not before he makes the first down. The Dogs come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. Play action here on first down. Nowhere to go here, and the ball is knocked loose.
Well, just like running backs, quarterbacks, when they decide to pull the ball down and run, they've got to protect it. He left it out away from his body exposed, and it got knocked away. He's very fortunate he had a teammate who was able to get on top of it.
So this offense faces a 2nd and 15. The O-line needs to regroup. And the quarterback drops back looking for an open man. And it's complete downfield. That big gain moves the ball across midfield all the way to about the 36.
And they're already up big in this game, and now they're taking shots downfield. They're just looking to pour it on right now. Still throwing the football, and vertical shots to boot.
They'll run it here. Only a small gain. Now looking at 2nd and 9. And he drops back in the gun. Quick throw to his receiver. And he's got it. They bring him down, but a big chunk of yardage on the play. Georgia has moved into the red zone. Offense moving receivers around now before the snap. And here's the handoff. Great cut. They whiff on him. Tackle just short of the goal line at the 1. What a run. The Bulldogs looking to cap the drive here. It's 1st and goal. 1st and goal. Handoff. Fights his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Dogs.
Chris, you think this guy, when he went to bed last night at the team hotel, thought he would score not 1, not 2, but 3 rushing touchdowns in 1 game? What a day.
Try to add to the lead now with a PAT. Extra point up and good. A 3-touchdown lead now here in the final quarter. Kickoff team has come on the field now to send this one away. He'll return it from inside the 5. He'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. And the Longhorns offense takes the field. Looking to throw it on first down. Airing this one out toward the sideline. The catch is made for a huge pickup. Tackle made quickly, but a big chunk play for this offense through the air.
To me, anytime you see a one-on-one opportunity that you feel you can take advantage of it, you go after that matchup. This is a great play here by the quarterback and receiver.
Fresh set of downs. It's 1st and 10. Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. Defense gets him down, but they'll take the gain on that play. 2nd down after that previous play. And he'll set up to throw. And that's interception number 5. When will this QB get the hook? Can he take it all the way? At the 10 now. Touchdown, Georgia. And the defense joins the party with a pick 6.
Well, it's just something freeing when you have this kind of lead and you can just turn the defense loose. Getting aggressive pays off for them here. They get the interception, and what athletic ability there to take it into the end zone for a touchdown.
Lining up to try the extra point. And the kick is up and good. They tack on a point to their lead. The kickoff team is on the field to boot this one away. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. He'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. They're trying to recover from that last possession. They had things going, but then a pick six, a devastating play. They got to recover from that right now. Incomplete, so it's second down and 10.
Second down.
Here's the snap. Offense looking to throw the ball. He's moving out of the pocket now. Oh, they've got him for a sack. A big play made by the junior.
Chris, I'm really surprised by the way this game has turned out. That's another sack by this defense. They've done such a great job of preparing a plan to get ready for one of the top quarterbacks in the country. They've kept him out of sync, applied pressure, and a big part of the reason they're enjoying this lead right now.
Well, a serious challenge for this offense. You don't want to be in third and long inside your own 20. How much of a risk will they take to try to pick up this first down? Looking for the wideout. Yet another interception. The disastrous performance continues.
I just don't think there's anything else you can do as a play caller. You've got to be able to throw the ball downfield. You just got to hope that your quarterback and receivers can execute when the defense knows it's coming. Here, the interception cost them.
And the powerful Georgia offense is back out on the field. The last drive, the passing game, very effective. Moved them right down the field. Can the defense make adjustments? And a decent gain there before the defense brings him down. The Bulldogs are in the red zone. And now the running back's got it again. And he'll get the first down yards before they finally bring him down. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. Single back takes the handoff. And they'll stop him after a short gain. Coming to the line on second down. This is important. They want to avoid a third and long. Ball handed off. And the runner brought down after just a short gain. This is crucial. Defense needing a stop on third down, trying to force a field goal.
Third down coming up.
Shotgun formation here on third down. Pass caught. Can he get in? Receiver steps out just short of the goal line.
Coming up for the Bulldogs.
Here's the snap. Quarterback drops back. Intercepted in the end zone. Not much on the return, but the defense comes up with a takeaway.
Boy, this defense did exactly what they needed to do. Come up with a turnover here in the second half to get themselves back in the game. They get the interception. Now, can their offense come up with a way to cut into this lead?
And the Longhorns offense takes the field. This drive is important. Last one ended in an interception. Let's see if they can get it going here. Running out of time in the pocket. Receiver makes the grab. Brought down at the 33. That's good enough to move the sticks. Big guys up front lined up. It's first down. Quarterback drops back. And he finds the running back in the flat. And he will be stuffed for no gain. Getting set. Here's second down. Here's the snap. And he's looking to throw. Catch made down the left side. An explosive play. Touchdown, Longhorns. This quarterback on fire today.
Well, you can tell that this play caller, the offense coordinator, he's thinking about the future. He wants to see how his quarterback and how this offense wants to compete when this game's out of reach. He's going to be very happy with the result of this play.
And now the try here for the extra point. And there's the point after.
The extra point is good.
I believe they're lining up to attempt an onside kick.
Georgia, 84. Texas,
It looks like the hands team were able to recover the football. And the Bulldogs offense is back out on the field. That costly red zone interception the last time out. Let's see if they can recover from that error.
I know this defense worked very hard at halftime to come up with answers on how to try to slow down this running back after the big first half, and he's already at it again.
A gain makes it second and medium. They'll ride the back again here. brought down, but it's past the line to gain. And that run, good for first down yardage. The drive moves on. Pre-snap motion from the receiver. Off the play fake on first down. Lets it fly to the wideout. He's got an open man downfield, and it's caught. Football comes out. Defense jumps on the ball. It's a turnover.
This offense just blew an opportunity. Have a nice lead here in the second half with the football. The last thing you want to do is turn it over, and they put the ball on the ground and now give your opponent a chance to get right back in this game.
Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. From the shotgun now, here's a handoff inside. And the broken tackle there produces a solid gain. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? There's the snap. Quarterback setting up to throw. And that catch is hauled in. And he's brought down, but not before he gets first down yardage. Looks like a man is down on the field after the last play, so we'll take a timeout. The drive stays alive with that completion for a first down. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun, looking for a receiver. And it's the senior getting home with the sack.
If this team can hold on today and win, this pass rush deserves all the credit in the world. They have gotten after this quarterback so many times. Really, every time the opposing offense does something positive, it feels like a sack just stops any progress.
So behind the 6, second and long from their 14. From the shotgun, drops back. Easy throw to a wide-open receiver downfield. They bring him down, but that is a huge play for this passing game. Big gain.
That is great arm strength and accuracy by this quarterback. And let's not forget the wide receiver's job of bringing it in for that big gain.
Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. Defense makes the stop after a 5-yard gain, so 2nd and 5.
Brings up second down.
There's the snap. They'll set up to throw. There's a shot toward the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Texas.
Great job here by the play caller going to that 5 wide receiver set. He put all these guys out in space and create one-on-one matchups. It's very tough on this defense to try to win all the matchups and give the quarterback credit for being able to find where he wanted to go to be able to come up with that touchdown.
Kicking team out for the PAT try. And he knocks it right through.
The extra point is good.
Looks like they're lining up to attempt an onside kick. And the hands team able to make the crucial recovery. And the Georgia offense is back out on the field. The last possession ended in a fumble, and that set up a touchdown. So they got to bounce back from that right away. First play of the drive, looking to throw the football. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. Looks like a player is down injured at that last play. We'll take a timeout while they check it out. And completion makes it 2nd and short. From the gun, he looks for an open man. And he dumps it off to the tight end. They make the stop, but not before a solid gain that time. The Dogs looking to take advantage of the red zone trip here. Caught in the backfield. It's Fuller. Defense drops him for a loss. Tougher 2nd down on the way. And they'll work the clock here by keeping it on the ground. He's brought down at the 6. The offense will have 1st and goal right there. This Georgia offense is moving quickly down the field. The offense with some pre-snap eye candy. They'll try to run it in on 1st and goal. Couldn't quite get in, but they're knocking on the door at the 1. 2nd and goal for the offense.
Brings up 2nd and goal.
They'll try to muscle toward the end zone on the ground. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Timeout called by the defense, their first of the half, as they try to make some adjustments here. 3rd down here. Time for perhaps one more play before the 2-minute warning. Keep it on the ground, trying to power in for the touchdown. And he runs it into the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs.
Wait, Chris, 1, 2, 3. This is his 4th rushing touchdown in this game alone. This guy has a chance to not only be player of the game, maybe player of the week in the whole sport.
See if they can convert the point after. Extra point up and good. A 3-touchdown lead now here in the final quarter. The kickoff team on the field now as they get set to send this one away. He's going to bring this out a few yards deep in the end zone. Tackled at the 14. Not very good field position to start here. 1st down here. The offense has time for one more play before the 2-minute warning. He bought some time. Now lets it go. Quarterback finds a target on the right. It's complete. They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain on that play. 2nd down. We're going to throw it. Lets it go quickly. And it's caught off the deflection. Tackle is made, but that's good for a 1st down of the 47. They'll hurry to the line here with the clock running. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. And this is dropped. Would have been a huge gain, but he could not collect it. Offense lines up for a 2nd down play off the incompletion. Looking to chuck it again. Fires it to the wideout. Looks downfield and connects with a wide-open wide receiver. They could not stop him. He's in. Touchdown, Longhorns.
Man, I love this. Chris, I don't think they're going to have a chance to come all the way back, but here we are, under 2 minutes to go, and they continue to show some fight. And then, you know what? Who knows? Maybe you cover an onside kick and you get right back in it.
And now they'll set up for the point after.
Is on for the extra point.
And it's up and good.
The kick is good.
Formation would indicate they're going to try the onside kick here.
91, Texas, 77.
And the receiving team makes the recovery. The hands team does its job perfectly. And the powerful Georgia offense is back out on the field. A beautiful, balanced drive reached the end zone last time. Can they keep it going here? And they tackle him, but a nice pickup on that running play. And now it's the defense that calls timeout here, trying to get organized and preserve as much clock as possible. Trying to flex the ground game here. Running back takes the handoff. And now a timeout taken by the defense, trying to preserve as much clock as possible for their offense. Fresh set of downs for the offense. 1st down. And the quarterback will take a knee. Well, really entertaining one. It was fun one to call. They get the W, Kirk, in a shootout.
Not much to criticize for either of these teams on the offensive side, where they put on a great show. But for the two defenses, especially the losing squad, you can't imagine their coach is too happy with their performance.
And that is going to wrap it up. We enjoyed this one here. For Kirk Herbstreit, I'm Chris Fowler, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.
Welcome to Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego, California, home to the Aztecs of San Diego State. Being in San Diego is never a bad thing, and it's even better when you have a matchup. Washington likely to try to boot it deep to get things started. And it'll be a touchback. The ball will come out to the 25-yard line. The Aztecs offense will have the first possession of the game. And here he comes, the guy who pulls all the strings in this attack.
And I think what makes him so unique, he has such a good understanding of this offense, always seems to know what the answer is to the test.
Always in control. The receivers know they're going to get the football. Everybody believes in this dude.
He found plenty of room, and he gets it to the 39-yard line.
And how about that start for this offense? You know, oftentimes you see teams just trying to get into a rhythm, maybe an easy completion to get their quarterback feeling good. Not this offense. They take a shot and find an explosive play right out of the gate.
Let's see which way they go after the incompletion. 2nd and 10 from the 39. He's looking to throw. Flips it out in the flat. He picks up 4. That'll leave them with 3rd and 6. And the Aztecs want to pick up the tempo. He'll just keep slinging it. Fires to the wideout. And it's incomplete on 3rd down. The Aztecs will line up to punt it away. He ought to be able to use his first punt to pin him deep. He gets the first one off, and he was busier than he hoped in that loss last week, being called on 5 times. The Huskies offense taking the field. First chance we have to see them today. As we take a look at our impact players for this one, what are you looking for, Jesse, for a guy to make an impact?
Well, these are simply put the leaders of this football team, and generally games go how these guys play. If they make plays, then they've got a shot to win this one.
No doubt, they got to show up. These are the team leaders. These guys have to play well if they're going to win the football.
Really nice looking pass there. You think about all the great Washington quarterbacks, right? Warren Moon, the Heward brothers, Mark Brunell, Jake Browning. The greatest quarterback name in college football history, Sonny Sixkill. That guy was throwing seeds at the University of Washington. This dude right here, putting on his best Sonny Sixkiller impersonation.
Dropping back, it's Wong. He looks that one in nicely. He's close to the first down, but they're going to mark him just a little short. Now staring at a 3rd and short from the 40. And they did not let him get to that first down line. It'll bring up a call here. Washington sends out the punt team. First time we've seen their punt team this afternoon. Signals for the fair catch, and that's where they'll put it in play, just outside the 20. Guys, we're about to get another look at this San Diego State offense. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. Got his man to the left. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a 1st down for this offense.
When you're going to run a comeback route, you've got to sell like you're going deep, and that was a great job there by the receiver, really making that corner think he was running deep down the field. So we got the corner to turn his hips, turn his shoulders, and then the receiver was able to just pivot around and make it an easy passing catch.
I want to make sure I know where the playmakers are. And I can't let guys like this guy slip out of the backfield and make big plays against me. Good job being aware that they can throw the ball to running back, closing space, and getting that fast dude on the ground.
And they'll bring him to the ground after a short gain. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. And the defense gets to the quarterback.
Yeah, and the defensive line, you know, 3rd and long situations, I'm rushing the quarterback. You bring in the nickel, a little bit more speed on the field, and the defensive line gets home and gets the sack on 3rd down.
And the Aztecs line up to punt it away. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Not going to risk a return here. He'll make the fair catch. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Wide out in motion. He leaves it with his back. They get him stopped at the 32. That's a gain of 4. The Huskies come to the line in the hurry-up.
Brings up second down.
He'll do it himself. They get him at the 42, but he picked up 10 there. It's 1st and 10 for this offense from the 42.
There's an example of the offense taking advantage of all the attention the defense is giving this outstanding running back. Remember, he's one of the best in the game. They're expecting him to get the football. So the quarterback says, you know what? I'll just keep it. No one's keying on me. I'm going to get upfield and find an explosive play.
Washington has it and a fresh set of downs.
And I love the awareness by the wide receiver on that play because I'm not sure that route was supposed to be that deep. You got to wonder if the receiver decided maybe to adjust the route a little bit to make sure that he got the first down.
They'll get him on the ground after a pickup of 3 to the 28.
Second down.
Here's the handoff. And he found plenty of running room on that one before the defense was finally able to get him down.
Good enough for a first down.
From the gun, the running back has it. And they picked up 9 on first down. It'll bring up 2nd and short. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Looking to throw, it's Wong. He's got it and still on his feet. That completion will take it inside the 4, and the offense is threatening. Washington comes to the line with a 1st and goal. Wants to go up top. He caught it, and he will score. Touchdown, Husky.
Washington. Number 83 with the catch in the end zone.
Getting set for the point after.
Is on for the extra point.
And the extra point is good, and it's 7-0. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Southern Miss is trailing right now, but I'm not ready to say this team is out of it. Not after the way this group has rallied around that coach. It really has been something to see. It's a touchdown game. They're trailing by 7 to South Alabama. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. The Aztecs offense ready to go back to work. They'll throw it on first down. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. They move the tight end all over. It's complete on the right side. And they'll stop him just short of the first down, just inches away from moving the sticks. Motion from the offense. Caught in the backfield. It's Barnes. Really nice pickup there as they have it out to the 44 with a first down. The Aztecs headed quickly to the line.
Quarterbacks are just like anybody else. They get in rhythms. And to get in a rhythm early on 3rd down and have a little success here and get the sticks moving, great chance.
And there was nowhere to go for this quarterback, and down he goes.
The defense just simply not fooled by the play action. Oftentimes as an offense, you're hoping the run fake's going to slow down those pass rushers, but man, oh man, they had their ears pinned back.
First down sack, pushes it back. Now it's 2nd down. Keeps it on the bootleg, looking to throw. Makes his connection. And that defense is there to guide him out of bounds after a short gain. They've got a good chunk of ground to cover on 3rd and long from the 41. Looking to scramble. He'll pull it down and run. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. And the Aztecs will bring the punt team onto the field. Catches it at the 15. And they'll get him down after the return at the 27-yard line. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. Use the play fake, now to throw. They make the stop, not a whole lot of ground picked up there, and they'll have work to do to get the first down. Offense lining up quickly.
Nice job by the defense staying glued to him, getting him on the ground as soon as he catches the football, knowing he's a threat. I'm not going to let this guy get out of my sights. Nice job by the D.
They'll mark him down at the 37. It's a 10-yard gain. They've got it at the 37. It's 1st and 10. These routes have some reads and adaptability built in, and the big fella found that cushion and made the play.
Man, it's so awesome how much offenses have evolved. They know exactly what they're getting, where to sit down, quarterback, tight end, on the same page, gets the first down.
From the gun, running back on the move. At midfield, he's got room. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm always keeping track as a defensive coordinator of where they're running the football. You can see they ran it to the right. Do they like this matchup? Is the right side of their offensive line really good? I'm going to be paying attention to that because that's a big gain. I got to make sure I shut this down the next time they run it.
And that defense pushing him out of bounds after a short gain. Line getting set on 2nd down. Now the play fake. Using his feet to buy time. Kept it, and he's past the marker. They finally corral him, but he turns that into a big gain and a first down. And the Huskies will hustle to the line. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Going to work on 2nd down in the red zone, and still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. To the air. It's Wong. Got away from trouble and got rid of it. Working the middle. It's complete. They go up top to get it down to the 5-yard line as they try to pay off this drive. From the gun, he'll try to throw for it on 3rd down. Touchdown, Huskies! And they made it to the house when they found that 6 points waiting on them.
And the score.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point makes it 14-0. They put together a 74-yard touchdown drive, and the score comes on a 5-yard touchdown pass.
San Diego State, 0.
Fielded in the end zone, it's open. Stopped at the 17, and he's probably second-guessing that return. Guys, let's see what adjustments this San Diego State offense has made this time. Leaves it with the back. And that's a very productive first down play and bringing up 2nd and 3. A lot of urgency for this offense. Here's a quick throw out to the left. Really confident throw and catch there. Big pickup, and they have a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Wide receiver coming across in motion. He's going to pass. I don't think that's the way they drew it up. Incomplete. After the misconnection, it's 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Got his man in the middle. Makes the catch, and he's brought down. Got quite a ways to go to keep this drive going. It's 3rd down from the 45. Pressure coming. Quick strike complete. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. The Aztecs will send out the punt unit. He's getting a lot of work. Fourth time he's punted tonight. And the punt team able to sling him to the ground. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. The give to the tailback. May not be the most memorable play of the day, but it's important as he gets them out to the 25-yard line.
Brings up second down.
That play just never had a chance. They knock him down for a loss of 5. Washington wants to go quickly. Trying to move the sticks on third down through the air. On target over the middle. And he surges up to the 36-yard line, and they'll move the chains. Washington coming to the line with another first down.
Given up for a first down.
Use the play fake, now to throw. Floating away. Trying to escape and get it himself. Able to get just a few before sliding to avoid the hits. Quick tempo here for the offense.
He does a good job of dropping back, going through his progressions. Nothing there. What do? Go get some yardage. Make it positive. Don't sit back in the pocket and force something into a bad situation or take a sack. Great job making something out of nothing.
That's a first down for the offense.
They're getting this guy lathered up. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. Got 6 on first down. Now a lot of options on second and 4. To the air, it's Wong. Finds the tight end. And he's knocked down immediately, but not before he moves the chains. It's 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. He's looking to throw it. He makes the connection. After the pickup of 9, it's 2nd and 1. Offense in the hurry-up.
Tackle on the play. And the 29-yard line. Second down.
The play-action fake. Throws to the wideout. It's caught. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down. Washington hoping to make this defense bow down in the red zone.
First down for the offense.
Handoff from the gun. They'll give him 4 yards on the carry. It's down at the 8-yard line. As they get set to snap it, just about to reach the end of the quarter. Right back to him on the ground. And he'll step into the end zone. Touchdown, Huskies! They are seizing control and taking away hope as they push out the lead in this Week 8 showdown. Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. So a drive there of 84 yards. And it was capped off with the 8-yard run.
San Diego State, 0.
And he takes this from inside the 5. They make the stop, and that's how the first quarter will end. That's the end of the quarter, and Washington has the lead. Really strong performance so far to be able to build a lead here in the first period as we look at the stats. Just about ready to get things started here in the second. We'll see if they continue to flex that muscle. Running back searching for a hole. They knock him down, but not before he gets it out to the 21-yard line. Pick up a 4. And the Aztecs are in the hurry-up. Trying play action. And wings it incomplete. 4 punts already, and they've got to convert here to avoid a 5th. On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. Grabbed over the middle, it's Barnes. And he's brought down at the 40-yard line, and that'll be a first down.
There's a reason third down is called the money down. What a great find by the quarterback. Great job finding his receiver. At the end of the game, you look at third down percentages. It tells a huge story, and it goes a long way in deciding who wins a football game.
On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the hit. A nifty pickup there. And here comes the offense on second down.
You know, QBs want to make those big plays. They want to put up the big stats. But when nothing's there, sometimes you just tuck the ball, get a minimal gain. I like the slide, by the way, too. Get down and don't take a big hit.
Quickly complete. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down.
Nice job there by the receiver on the out route, not telegraphing where he's going. You can't be peeking to the outside, giving the defender an opportunity to break on the ball. He kept his eyes right down the field. DB had no idea where he was going, and that helped make that completion a whole lot easier.
They stop him just a link or two short of the first, and man, what they can do on second down here. They'll give it to the back. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Third and short, coming from the 34. You wonder if this is four-down territory. They'll try to pick it up on the ground. Working their way closer and closer. A third down conversion, and they've got it at the 26.
Offenses that are great on third downs, what do? Most of the time, they keep it in manageable situations where they're not predictable, not just dropping back to pass. They do it here on third and short. They convert. This offense has been so efficient on third downs all throughout this season.
Pre-snap motion, quarterback trying to get a read. And it'll be incomplete. This is some physical pass defense. They've been very good at moving the chains on third down. 2 for 2 on this drive. This time they need 6. Time running out, and he goes down at the 34.
Well, we talked to the offensive staff coming into this one. They knew going up against the top 25 defense with respect to sacks per game that they had to do a good job protecting the QB, but they have not been able to get that done so far. They've already now allowed 3 sacks in this game.
The Aztecs will punt this one away. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. Yet another punt on the way. Got to make sure that hamstring stays loose. He's been busy. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. Not much working there. It'll be 2nd and 9. Got a little work done on first down, now back to the line. It's a draw. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple.
Well, this defense obviously knows they have to be able to stop the run down in the second half if they're going to win this game. And you wonder if they were able to make some tweaks and some adjustments at halftime, maybe getting some more bodies close to the line of scrimmage to give themselves a chance to come back in this game.
This defense has kept them backed up. Now one more stop, and they can get off the field on 3rd and long. He's right on target. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. The Huskies will be forced to boot it away. 2nd time today they've been forced to punt. Fair catch called for and made. San Diego State takes over as the offense is ready to go to work. They just haven't been able to get anything going, and they better get started or it's going to get away from them, David.
Yeah, and these are the weeks that you really wish that you were playing a video game and you could just reset the console, start over, Jesse, and make something better happen early.
They just look like they're sleepwalking in this first half, and it's not just one guy. They just haven't been playing collectively as a unit. And if I'm the head coach, I'm considering starting to give some other dudes some chances here.
They'll put the tight end in motion. From the gun, the ground game. Crosses the 30, he's got a lane. They finally make the stop, but the big run is plenty to move those sticks for the first down. Oh, and they'll try to catch him with a pass. He's got his man across the middle. Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch. From the red zone, looking for a man. Bought a little time, lets it go. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. Second down coming up on this red zone opportunity. From the gun, running back gets to give. He pushes his way down to the 4 as they get closer and closer. They'd love to pick up this third down and get a fresh set with first and goal. He's going to look for a man on third and short. And it's caught! Touchdown, Aztecs!
And that's what I love about empty sets and formations on offense, is that when you spread the defense out, you create bigger lanes to throw in you. You saw it right there.
Lining up to add another.
Kicker is on for the extra point.
And after the extra point, they're now down 21-7. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Dynamite matchup this week, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. Southern Miss is trailing right now, but I'm not ready to say this team is out of it. Not after the way this group has rallied around that coach. It really has been something to see. It's a touchdown game. They're trailing by 7 to South Alabama. Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected, fellas.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. Back to pass, it's Wong. They're setting up the screen. Just broke the tackle and still on his feet. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down.
Hey, man, sometimes you get the perfect play call at the perfect time. That time the defense blitzing, offensive line allowed everybody to run upfield, and they slip in the running back screen, and behind it there was nobody there to make a tackle, and this offense generates a massive play.
The Huskies want to move quickly.
Every single week, defenses know who's going to get the ball thrown to them, but they can't stop him. With that last catch, he now has a
touchdown, Washington! And they take it in for 6 more points.
And that's his second receiving touchdown of the game. My man is just finding pay dirt. Tell you what, these are the kind of guys that you continue to feature throughout a game when he can do this kind of damage after he catches the football.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And they knock through the extra point, and they're up 28-7. A very efficient 5-play scoring drive. And they finish it off with a touchdown toss from the 23. Here's the return from inside his 10. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Guys, we're about to get another look at this San Diego State offense. Trailing by 3 touchdowns. If you're going to get back in it, David, the time to start is right now.
Got to start now. Defense giving up points on that last possession. Again, the offense is going to have to score, and Jesse probably scored pretty quickly.
Yeah, you got to go tempo. You're going to have to try to fit in as many plays as you can throughout the rest of this game. But I think more than that, you got to eliminate the negative plays. No more penalties and no more turnovers.
Makes a grab, and he's dragged down. They come to the line, facing 3rd and long from the 25. From the gun, wants to pass. He's got his man. Good call, good execution as they move the chains, and they have a first down at the 38. And the Aztecs come to the line with a new set of downs. From the shotgun, the inside give. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. The give to the running back from the shotgun. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. Working that left side now. They make the stop, but not before they do their work up top and pick up a first down. The Aztecs are moving quickly down the field. Looking for room. It's Dennis. And he'll pick up one. It brings up 2nd and 9. Kept it on the ground on 1st down. Now back to the line. On 2nd down, he's looking downfield. And he'll chuck that one away and save the down. Nobody was able to get open. Already 2 for 2 on 3rd down, but this time they'll need 9 to convert. He lobs one high down the left side. It's complete. A huge pickup. And the Aztecs in the hurry up. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After losing yardage, it's 2nd and 12. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. Give him 6 on the play. They'll mark it at the 9. The terrain gets rough this deep in the red zone. 3rd down, they can't pick up the first without scoring. He's looking to pass. How about that play to get a hand in there and force the incompletion? Here comes the field goal unit. He got it. So after the last drive ended with a field goal, the kickoff team out there to send it away. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. And the return man showing great vision to be able to find some space and put his team in much better field position. He's got it down the middle. They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that 1st down. They'll run play action. The sweet feet buy a little time. 1-step wrap, 2-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. Line is set on 3rd down. To the ground to try to move the chains. After the filthy move, he's got room. What a good run there. He has enough for the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Might as well give it to him again.
This is a top 25 offense in college football, and I like what they do. They can run the football on 3rd downs when they need to. They show you right there. They've got some balance to them. They really know who they are. They have a good identity, and that's why they've been so successful this season.
Hauls it in. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up.
Hey, the defense knew coming into this one this guy was going to be a factor, but they have done nothing to stop him. They don't have any answers. This guy already has over 100 yards receiving, and we're not even done the half.
They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. From the shotgun, the handoff to the back. And he finds some solid space, makes a nice game before the defense is able to stop him. It's 3rd down now. They ought to be able to get off one more play before the 2-minute warning. As we reach the 2-minute warning, they'll need to try to get a stop to keep this thing from getting out of hand. Got it set up on the outside. Touchdown, Washington! What a grab and go for the score.
Washington, number 20, with the grab and the score.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point splits the uprights, and they're up 35-10. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
Washington, 35. San Diego State.
On the move from inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. The Aztecs offense ready to go back to work. Boy, they've been caught in a buzzsaw here in the first half, but maybe a chance to carry some momentum into the break here.
It all comes down to this drive right here, Reese. Obviously, this offense hasn't had everything go right for them in the first half, but here's an opportunity, David, to execute some plays, put some throws together, and generate some points.
And you're right, Jesse. And this offense...
And the ball is intercepted. Never had a chance to get rolling after the pick, but he gives them the ball in prime field position at the 40.
Well, how about that? I mean, they knew this defense was good defending the pass, but that had more to do with who's in the secondary, not necessarily who's up front. David, his best Pollock impersonation, picking that one off.
Yeah, baby, you don't get many opportunities to drop in coverage. You don't get many balls thrown your way, but when you do, you want to make sure you take advantage, showing off the athletic ability, showing the hands. The big defensive lineman comes up with the INT.
Trying to find his man on first down. And this is going to be caught, but they'll say it's out of bounds, an incomplete pass. Now on second down after the incompletion. To the air, it's Wong. They're bringing heat. Unloads it left. Complete downfield. What a nice connection. Knocked down immediately, and they've got it at the 25. Looking to go up top on first down. And it was worth going for a chunk play, but the long pass is incomplete. Offense gets set for second down. They're going to throw it again. This time on target. And he won't quite get there, but boy, after that pickup, just a few inches to go for the first. An array of possibilities here. They'll try to pick up the first through the air. Grab near the marker. It's Hines. Goes out of bounds, but they'll be set up with a first and goal. This offense has been a juggernaut, and they have a chance to pad their total just before halftime.
This quarterback is having a day, man, and right there he was looking for touchdown pass number 5. He has been dialing it up. He's been throwing strikes. We haven't seen him miss very much like he did just there, but what a game this dude is having.
He just threw that one away. Nobody was getting open. He had to live to fight another play in the red zone. It'll be third down. Still looking, on the move. Touchdown, Huskies! And they add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house.
Number 3.
Boy, it didn't look pretty at first, but it wound up being most effective.
And that's the problem with these guys, these quarterbacks. It's not the first play you have to play. You have to play the second play and the third play because they just keep extending it and making plays. And then the next thing you know, you look up and the dude's hitting his head on the goalpost.
They'll try to add another to their lead.
For the extra point.
And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Boys, if it's happening in college football, we've got eyes on it. Check this out. Texas A&M is down, but they are not out of it. Not there at Kyle Field, one of the more special places to watch a game in all of college football. It's just a field goal game. They're trailing by 3 to Houston. We've got our eye on this one and everything else going on throughout the day, guys.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere.
Timeout, San Diego State.
Fires to the big fella. There's a timeout called as this offense tries to find a way to draw a little closer.
Timeout, San Diego State.
On third down, going up top. Finds his tight end. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. The Aztecs will punt it away on fourth down. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. A high kick trying to pin them deep. He'll call for the fair catch here. The offense lining up for a first down play. He wants to throw. Nice defensive play to get a hand in there and knock it away. And now on second down for this offense. Back to throw, it's Wong. It's caught. The D thinking bring some heat on 3rd and long from the 44. From the gun, wants to pass. Throws for the tight end. Oh, they really could have used that catch there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a 4th down. Washington sends out the punt team. Kicks it high, and it's just hanging there as if it has helium in it and floating down toward the earth. Time dwindling away as they try to put points on the board right before the half. Looking to move it through the air. Quarterback floating away from pressure. They make the stop, and this running game moves the chains as they get the 1st down. They'll use a timeout right before halftime, maybe time for 1 or 2 more plays. And that's just a flat misfire, not even close to his receiver. 1 more snap coming before halftime. Quarterback wants to throw on 2nd down. Trying to make magic with his feet. And that deep shot's going to wind up incomplete, but we do have a flag on the field. Let's see what the official says. So the penalty will not be enforced. The defense declines and stands on the result of the play. That's the end of the 2nd quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin in our halftime update.
Thanks, guys. Looks like a terrific atmosphere there today in San Diego. Toughest job inside that stadium right now might just be the scoreboard operator after all those 1st downs and touchdowns. Big plays have defined this one, thanks to 2 of the best receiving corps in all of college football. Let's see if these defenses can adjust and make the necessary chess moves. And just like that, let's send it back to the fellas inside Snapdragon Stadium.
From inside the 10, here he comes. Finds just enough space to cross the 25. Let's mark it at the 27-yard line. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. They keep it on the ground to open the 3rd. They make the stop after a gain of 3 to the 31. Got 3 on 1st down at 2nd and 7.
Brings up 2nd down.
Quick release on the RPO. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the 1st down. Now on 3rd down after that run. Afterburners coming. And he was on his way. Gets it all the way to the 38.
3rd down and inches. Everyone in the stadium knows they're going to be physical and they're going to run the football, but they still executed a good level. Not only picking up the 1st down, chewing up more yardage to make this drive even easier.
And it's an incomplete pass over the middle. Let's see what they've got on 2nd down. Looking downfield, it's Wong. Quickly out to the tight end. And he broke 1 tackle on the way to a solid pickup there. They probably feel good about their field goal chances from the 29, but they'd love to convert this 3rd and short. Looking to throw for it. Caught over the middle. It's Hines. Just outside the red zone as they pick up the 1st down. They'll spot it at the 22. He's going to pass. It's complete to the right. And he'll run across the sidelines after the good gain. Operating in the red zone here on 2nd down. They'll try the run. Fighting off the defender. And he is brought down, but what a move he put on that 1st defender. Washington has it and a fresh set of downs. He's got the tight end. They'll get it down to the 8-yard line on that throw and catch, and the defense is backed up against the wall. On 2nd down, they'll take to the air. Touchdown, Huskies! And the punishment has been extended. The big tight end, always able to make the defense pay.
And tight ends have evolved so much in football. Man, these guys are like wide receivers now, and you see why. Got the athletic ability, the big bodies. Throw it to them, and they'll make big plays for you.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic.
Extra point.
The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. They march 72 yards, and they finish things off with an 8-yard toss for the score. Here he comes from inside his own 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. Guys, let's see what adjustments this San Diego State offense has made this time. Wide receiver now comes in motion. To the air on first down. They've got the screen set up. He makes the stop, and a nice pickup there on first down. Leaves them in second and manageable. Grabbed behind the line. It's Barnes. And that play just looked to be a mess from the snap, and he's run out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage. On third and long, he has to throw for it. Pocket starts to collapse. And they get to the quarterback and knock him down back at the 16.
And there's no mystery as to why this team's losing today. They've given up 5 sacks. They cannot keep their quarterback upright. And you just saw another example of it right there. He has never been able to get into rhythm throwing the football.
And the Aztecs will try to pin them back with the punt. He'll try to really get into this one. And the coverage team able to make the tackle. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. They'll run it out of the shotgun. Creating some space, getting just enough good blocking, and they've got it up to the 47-yard line. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. Unloads to the wideout. A beautifully placed ball to the outside, and the toe drag for the big pickup. Offense picking up steam, 1st and 10 from the 31. Pulls it and fires to the left. He's there to make the stop, but the damage has been done as they pick up the first down on the throw and catch.
That's a first down for the offense.
Looking to pass inside the red zone. Receiver looks it in, it's complete. Huge gain before he goes out of bounds, and now they've got it 1st and goal. The offense threatening, close to the end zone now with a new set of downs. They get him on the ground at the 3-yard line, but this defense is taking some punches. Now on 2nd and goal. Tries again to get it in. Touchdown, Huskies! And the pummeling has started.
This is a guy that put a lot of pressure on himself coming into this season. He felt like he was ready to have a breakout year. He knew he had all the tools in the toolbox to be able to get it done, and he's showing it. That's his 10th rushing touchdown on the season.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays and closed the deal with a 3-yard touchdown run.
San Diego State.
He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. San Diego State takes over as the offense is ready to go to work. They'll run the RPO and throw it right. And a good job of coverage by that defense, just a short pickup. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. They'll throw it to the back on the screen. And the defense able to drag him down, but not before. They'll recycle that down marker. The Aztecs have it with a 1st and 10. He's got an open man. Running toward the tape. And a pickup of better than 30 yards on that completion before the defense brings him down.
Love the individual effort by the wide receiver after the catch, making people miss, showing you the speed. Now he set up his offense down in the red zone.
They say it's still a game of field position, and that last one just flipped this baby. They've got it 1st and 10 in the red zone. From the gun, he leaves it with the back. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. Wide receiver shows motion. Red pass, it's complete. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that 1st down marker. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. Wants to throw on 3rd down. Makes the grab down the middle. Defense is there to make the stop, but he's got the 1st down, and they'll have it 1st and goal at the 6. They'll try to get it in with the run. And you can forget running in the middle against this defense. Can the D deny them on 2nd and goal? The run up the middle, trying to steamroll his way in. He pushes it forward all the way to the 2-yard line. And they've been able to get within 2 yards. Now will they try to throw it in for the score? They were all over him, nowhere to go as that 3rd down play turned into a disaster. And they'll have to settle for a field goal try. Smashes in between the uprights. And the field goal is good. They get 3 on the board, but it really doesn't matter much in terms of the deficit. So they were able to put up a 3 spot on that last drive, and now the kickoff team out there as they prepare to put boot to leather. From inside his own 15, looking for room. Couldn't find a way to create that broken field as he stopped at the 25. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Trying to start the drive with a pass. Makes the catch and steps out of bounds, but short of the 1st down mark. This offense has a 2nd down play.
2nd down.
The running back has it. Slams ahead for a yard out to the 33. It'll be 3rd and short from their own 33. He's got enough, and it'll be a 1st down for Washington. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
At the 36. And that's good enough for a 1st down.
He'll come out throwing on 1st down. Fires it. It's complete. They got him free for a big gainer to the 43. Washington has a lot of things working, set up with another 1st down. Fast motion from the offense. Power football with the run. How about those sweet twinkle toes-like moves as he gets to the 38? Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. They'll run behind the big guys on the right. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. He makes the grab. Makes the grab, and it's enough for the 1st down before he's dragged to the ground. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Coming out on 1st down with the play fake. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. They make the stop, but the sweet rolling catch is plenty to give them a 1st down. Washington will snap it in the red zone. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. Going to work in the red zone, they can't pick up the 1st down without getting it into the end zone. Scanning the field, it's Wong. He's got it. And he's down after making the catch, but did not reach the line to gain. Not a lot of ground to cover and not much to defend. A big 3rd down in the red zone. He wants it all. Throw to the end zone. It's picked off. Not only a great play, but tremendous discipline by this sophomore to make the pick.
What a big game-changing play. I love when you see defensive players, they jump on the ball like they were the offensive guys. So aggressive, going and getting that pick, creating some big mojo for your team.
Guys, we're about to get another look at this San Diego State offense. Jesse, they had to kick a field goal the last time they had it.
Yeah, and oftentimes early in games, you're just trying to find your rhythm. Some things work, some don't on that first drive, David. Be interesting to see what happens here in the second drive.
Yeah, you got a feel for the defense now. You understand what they're trying to do, what their game plan is. Now you get to go into phase 2 of your game plan.
They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. Movement here from the tight end. Leaves it with the running back. They'll pick up 4, 2nd and 6 coming. Went to the running game on first down. Now here they come again. Off play action. Slings it downfield. And he really needed to hold on to that one, but it was not loose, and third down is coming. Now this offense tries to figure out a way to move the chains after the second down misfire. Got his man on the right. Good pickup there as he gets the first down, and they'll mark him at the 48. The RPO, fire complete to the left.
And the defense has their hands full trying to stop this guy in the slot. They're going to have to figure something out to bracket him, try and get 2 bodies around him, maybe get some safety help as well, because right now they do not have the answer for this guy.
They'll wrestle him down just short of the first down. I don't even think they're going to bring out the chains to measure this one. Ball just inside the 40 at the 39. It's 3rd and short. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. And the Aztecs send out the punt unit. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. That last drive was a punch in the gut, throwing the pick in the red zone, Jesse.
Yeah, and it just seemed like there was some miscommunication down there in the red zone. David, this drive, the QB and receivers just have to do a better job being on the same page.
Yeah, and I think you pull the positives, right? We moved the football down the field. We had a chance to score, but we can't let those opportunities slip between our hands. Let's go get some points.
They get him on the ground, but it's a first down. Lining up from the 34 on first down. Wide out in motion. Receiver on the move gets the touch pass. He's brought down, but he went backwards after that completion, not the way they had it drawn up. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. Back to pass, it's Wong. Tackled immediately after the catch. Here on 3rd down for this offense. From the gun, wants to pass. Throwing right. He's got it. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. It's reverse. That play just never had a chance. They knock him down for a loss of 5. Final minute now of the 3rd quarter. He'll try to pop the draw. On the move at the 30. The expressway is wide open. Touchdown, Washington. And the route is on.
Huge play. It's so nice to have guys that can create these explosive plays like this. You hand it to him, he can do the rest. Look at the speed. Look at the elusiveness. Get into the end zone. Nice run.
Lining up for the PAT. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Texas A&M is trailing right now, but it's only a couple of points. That quarterback just needs to show the poise of a young Johnny Manziel, and they are right back in this. It's just a field goal game. They're trailing by 3 to Houston. Your boy KC has you covered here in studio, guys, in case anything changes in this one.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. Able to pick up a couple before he's dragged down at the 19. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. And the quarterback goes down at the 11-yard line.
This quarterback is thinking to himself, I need to get an NIL deal at some restaurant so I can take my offensive line out and feed them more, because I don't think they like me very much right now. I've been sacked 6 times in this game. It's time to get that new NIL deal paycheck.
The Aztecs decide to punt it away. 3 and out, they got stuck in reverse. They hope the punt can bail them out. A fair catch is called for and made just across the 50-yard line. They'll be able to get off one more play before quarter's end. The run from the shotgun. And he was able to work his way for just a few, and that will do it for the third quarter. And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. I guess if you're an optimist, the stage is set for a massive fourth quarter comeback. Right back to the well. And a decent gain there before the defense makes the stop. Offense breaks the huddle. It's third down. Inside the 25. Touchdown, Washington! And the stomping has commenced. With that score, it looks as if this bunch is about to go 6-1.
This quarterback is such a weapon on these design QB runs. He's not trying to just go get first downs. This guy's a threat to take it the distance, and man, he did it right there.
Ready to try the point after. And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
Washington, 70. San Diego State.
From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. The Aztecs offense ready to go back to work. They'll throw it on first down. Quarterback adapted. They'll wrap him up, and he didn't find the same kind of running room this time as he did on the previous play. Now on second down. He's looking to throw. Moves around to clear up the vision. At the 35, he's loose. And he scoots his way to the first down and then slides to avoid the hit. This offense absolutely humming as they come to the line again. Comes out throwing on first down. And they got him for the sack.
And how about the complimentary football? This defense getting another sack. They've already got an interception. Offense has played great. Both sides of the football together dominating this football game.
Now the offense has to overcome the negative play after the defense comes up with a sack. On second down, wants to throw it. Finds a soft spot in the middle. And they pick up just a few on that completion. I'm not positive, but that first down marker might be in the next county. On third and long, doesn't need to take the check down. Oh, picked off. Bringing it back. Inside the 10. And he's going to score on the interception. Touchdown, Husky. That one puts them in really good shape to get back on the right track and get another W.
Dude, you didn't think it could get any worse, right? You thought this game's over as it is anyways. Offense still throwing the football, still trying to make plays, and the defense just continues to pour it on, gets the pick, makes its way all the way to the end zone.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. They'll kick it off and send that defense right back out there to try to score again after the pick six.
San Diego State.
He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Guys, let's see what adjustments this San Diego State offense has made this time. Throws to the tight end. And incomplete on the deep ball. After the quarterback and receiver failed to hook up, they'll try it again on second down. He's looking to throw. Makes the pass. Got his man downfield. Gets it to the 42-yard line, and that's a first down.
And in this offense, you know, as a quarterback, you're going to get opportunities to put up some pretty big numbers. You've been impressed watching this guy play early this year. With that last pass completion, he's now already over 2,000 yards on the season.
They'll snap this one from the 42. It's 1st and 10. He's looking to throw it. He's got his man. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. Trying to get a rhythm in the passing game now on second down. They want to just keep throwing it. Fires to the tight end. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few. Lining up to convert third down. From the gun, wants to pass. Makes the grab. It's Dennis. And they gave him no chance to get loose, and they force a fourth down. And the Aztecs will call on their punt team. Trying to play a little field position with that high punt. Not going to risk a return here. He'll make the fair catch. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Now on the counter. Not much there. Picks up a couple to the 22. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down.
Brings up second down.
He'll try it again. Makes one man miss. Solid run. Picks up 6 and gets it to the 28. Looking for that first down on 3rd and short from the 28. Quick pass to the left, trying to get it to the marker. And he is marked out of bounds after another big gain. This aerial attack has had no problem moving the ball with chunk plays.
And that's good enough for a first down.
And the Huskies getting set on 1st and 10. They go to the ground. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. This Washington offense moving quickly down the field. They're going to go right back to him on first down. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8.
Second down coming up.
Motion from the offense. They'll go to the ground. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. From the 36, a 3rd down, and you wonder if they're willing to take 2 plays to get the first. On the nasty move, and now he's got room. What a nifty run there to pick up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. The negative play leaves him with 2nd and 12. Out of the gun, the inside give. And he was able to get away from one tackle, but plenty of help was on the way. Decent pickup on that play. Give to the back. And they drag him down, but not before he picks up the first down. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost trying to defend their own end zone. Looking downfield, it's Wong. Touchdown, Huskies! And the beatdown has ensued. They can now exhale just a little bit with that lead, and they are close to a victory here in the 8th week of the season. PAT unit on the field. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
A bit of an under-the-radar game this week, guys, but take a look at this. Texas A&M is down, but they are not out of it. Not there at Kyle Field, one of the more special places to watch a game in all of college football. They're trailing by 10 to Houston.
Quickly to the tight end.
We'll circle back if anything big happens in this college football matchup.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Wants to fire on 2nd down. Just a short pass to the tight end. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the 1st down. New set of downs after that completion. Wants to throw on 1st down. Might be looking to run. The quarterback scrambled around, but the defense able to scramble him and turn it into a sack.
And this defense came to play. They know about the high-profile QB. They rose to the challenge and dominated the competition today. They took care of business, and they made no doubt about who's the better football team.
A 1st down sack can be a drive killer. Now it's 2nd and 13. He finds his man. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. Shotgun snap, wants to throw it on 3rd. And the quarterback is snowed under.
Man, the sack, and this offense has just struggled. They haven't done anything right, and they got a full quarter to go. Like, they got to find something in this next quarter to hang their hat on, something to leave with some positive vibes.
The Aztecs will line up to punt it away. A high kick. Let's see if he can pin them back deep in their own end. Cradles it at the 35. Coverage team gets the job done, and they'll mark him down at the 38-yard line. The hand to the running back. Pretty good effort on that one to work his way up to the 42. Solid pickup of 4 on 1st down at 2nd and 6. On the ground, trying to pull the plug on this clock. And they make the tackle, but he has plenty for the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. On the ground with the counter. And they try to run inside, and there is nowhere to go. They got nothing on the last play at 2nd and 10. To the ground with the back. And this one will be stopped for no gain. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense is that much closer to salting away a victory. The give to the back. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the 1st down marker. The Huskies will be forced to boot it away. They'll have to punt for the 4th time today. And the coverage team gets the returner on the ground. San Diego State takes over as the offense is ready to go to work. Well, this has pretty much been an evisceration, an old-fashioned stomping, Jesse.
Yeah, and listen, this is one of those games where you're not necessarily throwing the playbook in the trash after this one, but I do think this coaching staff, David, really has to be honest with themselves and rethink what schemes are working and not working and which guys maybe need to get more touches in this offense.
Well, I think I like the trash option as well because it's been hot trash. This has been a bad day. Offense, defense, giving up a ton of points, not scoring near enough. So it's been a bad day you're going to want to forget.
He hurls one deep down the left side. And they can't hook up on the big play, and that brings up a 4th down. And the Aztecs line up to punt it away. They'll look to pin him deep. Great contact on that ball as it just hangs up in the sky. And the punt team able to smack him to the ground. And now the offense will come onto the field again. Touch pass on the jet sweep. And a nice run there before the defense finally makes the stop. Here on 2nd and short.
Brings up 2nd down.
The give to the left side. They make the stop, and the clock strikes 0, and that will do it for this one. When you know you have a team outclassed, the ability to play to that standard and finish with a blowout like this is really impressive.
And it's almost like playing against yourself, right? You know you're better. You know you're going to win the football game, but how do I continue to still execute? This was so easy, great execution, just beat down in every facet.
I think as a player, you just love being in such great rhythm, and we saw that right from the get-go in this game. Offense just able to matriculate the ball down the field. Defense was not giving anything up. What a great game plan coming in, and this was just total domination.
That's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, our entire broadcast team, I'm Reese Davis. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.